Hey, Warpig. Just getting some coffee and we'll get the show started. See you in a bit. Morning, buddy. Hey, Ducky. Ook dat gepest. Vond hij mooi. Ja? Ah. Ah. Ja. Heb ik ook hoor. Dit is van 1 weekje, dus ik moet ook nog weer bijtrimmen. Voor de vakantie voordat ik op vakantie ga, dan trim ik de hele bende eraf. Ja, wel kort. Ah, oh, Zuid-Afrika is groter dan ja, Duitsland, Frankrijk. Beetje, daar moet je een beetje mee. Bijna een hele dag bij je moet zijn. Ja, bijna zo groot. No, never been. Ducky, still here? Because I have something you might be interested in. Think you'll want to see this. Well, depends. Do you or don't you want to see what's in this box? Yeah, that's quite a serious question. Sure you do? It's a nice box. Well, okay. Insist. Now, my wife almost stole it yesterday. She liked the handle that much. It doesn't matter if you love it or not. If you don't love it, I'll just give it to my wife and she'll be happy. Oh yeah, I had like a little time. Thanks, Warpick. Had a little time spare yesterday. Yes, it's epoxy and wood. So it's called a hybrid handle. And Warpick, you probably haven't seen the knife we were officially working on yesterday, which is the knife I made for a wedding. That's this Twist Damascus by Chef Damascus ring made in the handle. Nice taper, the hourglass shape, the handle. Brazilian ebony, very very classic looking. No, I know you kind of fell asleep on me. That's fine. Out of your time zone. Here's another thing I was working on yesterday. Go my blade. I don't yet have a handle on it. So yours is some coffee. After that, put him to work. No more slacking. Yeah, I saw that. Annoying as heck. One of the programs Wazol put in place. And it's not always working, let's just say that. And made some changes to it, maybe even put a different program. Right, so we'll get another knife finished today. I'm hoping yours finishes his knife instead of slacking. Because I'm gonna kick him out of the shop after today. Heavy, ain't it? Heavy bugger. From a truck. 5160. Yeah, 0.6, 0.7. If you want it, it's yours. I don't know. The steel is called 5160. That's a piece of it. And I've made this sword from about yay long. So that's about how much material's in there. Yeah, sure thing. Go ahead. I mean, I've got plenty of it. My father-in-law, he said, he called me the other day. He said, "Well, I've got a pair of garden scissors here. Do you have any use for them?" I said, "Well, I can sharpen them." He said, "No, they're broken." I said, "Well, I've got two complete truck leaf spring sets. Before I'm through with those, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Not like within the next 10 years. So no, thanks. I'm good." So let's make one of these. For Ducky's knife. Oh, I like working with 115 CRV3 for chef's knives. It's also the steel that Ducky's knife is in. I like using with 1095 and 15N20 as a classic combination for Damascus. I like working with 80 CRV2 for some survival knives. I like working with 1084 for my classes because it is such a simple and forgiving steel, especially in the heat treat. You want more examples? I recently bought some 26C3 to perhaps try some Hamon work and possibly replace my 115 CRV3 as a favorite steel because it should be more versatile. You want a list of those? Because that went quite fast, I would believe. Someone who's not absolutely in the lingo. If you'd like a list of that, let me know. I'll just do the list in. Well, I like working with various rasps because it's a cool pattern. It's a cheap resource. Absolutely. Do you mean a beautiful steel to see on acid? That's a whole different ballgame. Okay, I'll give you both the name of the steel and I'll give you what's called the work number. So that is So that's two different codes for the same steel. It's also called, but silver steel is a collective name for several different types of steel. So those are three names that all can pertain to the same. First two. Absolutely, you will. I'll tell you as much. Yes, yes, all knife steels are tool steels. Um, and another good one for chef's knives. Oh, 26 C3, not 25. It's 26 C3. Um, that is supposed to be even better than 1095. Yeah. The thing is, most of those production knives, they use a very high alloy steel. When you want to make a knife yourself, it is pretty much impossible to do an ideal heat treat on them without some very industrial. It's a semi-stainless from the looks of it. It's a chromoly steel. So yeah, it's mostly stainless at least. But it's a very high alloy steel. And if you want to be making your own knives, a low alloy steel is actually preferable. Because the lower alloy a steel is, the more forgiving it is in heat treat. That's why the 1084 series, like the most basic of steels you can get. And it is an excellent steel, very pure steel, and it's very forgiving in heat treat. Now, the 115 CRV3 is a slightly higher alloy, and you can already tell when you are heat treating it that it takes a bit more finesse to get that heat treat done just right. Absolutely, and I'll tell you that the 115 CRV3 is one of the most expensive steels you can get, and I've no idea why it's 3 times more expensive than the other steels. I just freaking love it. I love it so much that I just keep buying it. I do still use some 1095 and some other steels, but mostly when I just want a very high quality chef's knife, I'll pick some 115. It really cemented itself as a good knife steel when I saw the test results, and the test results being um somewhat objective because my dad has one of my knives in 115 CRV3. My mom has one of my knives in 1095. And my dad's knife gets more use, and my mom's knife wears out faster. Say, okay, that could be the user. Okay, fine. My brother has a blade made by me, 115 CRV3. His girlfriend has a blade made by me, 1095. Um, my brother's knife gets used. Oh no, no, you can hardly find it in round rod. I still want some 20 to 22 diameter 115 so I can make some integral bolster handles. No, I usually find it in sheets. So my brother's knife gets used more by both users, and yet somehow doesn't dull as quick as the 1095. Weird. So the wear resistance on it is much higher. The edge stability on it is a little higher. So Warpick, you have an interest in making your own knives then? Yes. First up, never, ever put it in a dishwasher. I'll come over and I'll beat your ass. Oh wait, better yet, my wife will come over and she'll beat your ass. Not taking care of the knife she likes. Then it's the wife kicking your ass, so I can't be charged with a misdemeanor for that. Absolutely, always hand wash. Once you're done with it, just get some hot water, rinse it, dry it, and like once a month, put, put a little oil on it. Oh, that's a plus then. Don't leave it. Don't leave it tip down in a puddle of water. Just dry it off, hang it on the wall. Don't throw it in with the other knives in your kitchen drawer. So either make like a small compartment. Cole could probably make you like a little wooden divider. Give your knife its own space. So my parents, they keep their knives made by me in the kitchen drawer, but they made like two wooden um, brackets where they can just slide that knife in, and it's not gonna go edge on the other knives. So give it a safe, secure, and private space. Um, that's just so the edge. Yeah, well, if it fits in a wood block, you can definitely get it in a wood block. That's no problem whatsoever. Just make sure it's dry. You don't have to excessively dry it. Yeah, not like you need to be rubbing really hard on it. Just make sure it's not decently dry. Last bit of vapor that will evaporate without any problems. You don't want any droplets on there. And anytime you wash it with soap, you don't really need to wash it with soap all that much. If you wash it with soap, take some knife oil and just apply a thin layer of knife oil and wipe it with a cloth. Basically it. Give you a hint. I'll get you some knife oil. Well, it's on my website. Highly refined mineral oil will do. I do sell those on my website, but I also just tend to mostly ship people a bottle of it along with their custom order because I want people taking proper care of their knife. My knife, their knife, it's always going to be a little bit of me in there. So, Ducky, You also get certificate. The certificate will tell you some instructions on what to do with the knife, what not to do with the knife, some basic knife care, and it will tell you what materials your knife was made of, both the handle and the blade itself. So that'll come with your knife as well. Yeah. Now, I would say I want your shipping address, but still the same. Just send me the new address, please, if you will. Should I just ask Cole? I'm good handle finances as well. Ja, gewoon lekker aan de slag gaan, Jos. Dan wordt het toch weer smerig. Get to work. I really appreciate you doing all that, but yep. We'll see. My vacation's coming up as well. Nope, not a problem at all. I knew your situation going into this. For 20, well, first up, I don't really work with stainless steels, so there's that. Secondly, I would never work with 420. I would take 440 as it is in every way the superior steel to 420. We go. There you go, Ducky. Just officially ready for shipping. I'll put that a pile of completed knives. Try to get it to you as soon as possible. What are you doing? Ah, nice. You know what we do to that? There we go. Now we can't lose it or forget about it. No, but it has a phone number, so I'll be good. 29501119. Yeah, I'll be fine. Just staple it. Of course it is. Yeah? And then you need to go down on an angle. It's not that tricky. You just need to make sure that you don't work it like this. You need to work it like that. But yeah, measure it, scribe it, go right ahead. So guys, today I am going to make some more leaves just for the thrill of it. Maybe Jos is gonna make a leaf as well when he's done with his knife, if he ever gets done with his knife. Yeah, but it's not my leaf. It's a different leaf. What's that? No, you have a leaf tool? I just hit it by hand. Yes. You've seen my leaves, right? I hit them by hand. Yes. Yes, to shape it once the leaf's all done. Yeah. It's a center stem. Yeah. Yeah, but I always use my chisel in increments, so I hit it like this. That'll give you a much more organic look. So the first one, you just go to your center stem, go off, and it's like, boom, hit it. Then you just go down on the same angle, change the angle, boom, hit it. Then you go down, change the angle, boom, hit it. Then you get this wave going out. I'll try to find the best example of it. You have to start in a really shallow angle. Well, it's not a perfect example, but I'll show you what I mean. Start really high up, and you just wave it down. Yeah. No, you've never made a penny scroll? That's a very technical thing to do. So, if you hurry up, I'll teach you. But only if you hurry. You be slacking, it's all on you. Well, you gotta make it exciting, or at least a bit. Ooh, that's a big piece of clinker. That. Any of that. Bugger off. Way. Let go. I know, that's good. You know what? Let's put it on forging. And that cam can stay on him. That's good. So look guys, this is called clinker. Impurities from the coal. That that's just trash. That basically keep your fire from becoming very hot. It's not coke, it's clinker. And I don't forge using coke, I forge using coal. There's a definite difference between the two. That's not to be understated. Now, I am running low on coal. My coal supplier hasn't replied to me for 2 days, so could be there on a vacation. Oh, I bet they do. Okay, let's see. We'll take a piece of paper with some sort of resin in it. Put that at the bottom. We'll put some birch bark top of that. That should light up nicely. Strips of that. After that, get some small strips. Yeah, I'd go for crack house. There's sort of a saying here in the Netherlands when a house is completely cracked up. Pretty much know what happened there. Got a nice little tent here. While we attempt it. Oh, that should work quite well. Light some of that resin stuff. All those snorting people. Ah, the birch bark actually lit up for the paper with the resin did. Hey, buddy. You rest up. Be good. Yep. Yes. You need a piece of wood for. Okay. How much do you need? You can cut that to size.
Yes.
That was underneath the power hammer. You can't tell. Something like that. How much do you need? What I would do. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Are you gonna make the knife go like this? I wouldn't. That's gonna be a weird ass funky handle. Yeah, it's early, but it's not that early. You've been up since 4. You've been up for over 3 hours. That's not an excuse. So come on now, draw me some proper lines. Preferably one that will actually fit the handle. Well, I've done some weed, but that's about the extent of my adventures. Hey, Peach. There we go. So, Peach, Ducky's knife is done. Wedding knife is done. So apart from the 2 other Swiss orders, all my customs are done before the holidays. Not take any new customs to start before the holidays. Not saying I won't take new customs. Definitely will. But now, I'm gonna make some more leaves because I can tell that my steady supply is running slim. Yes, you will. All in due time, my dear. That's good. I like happy campers. Okay, so guys, leaf making. We use some half-inch square stock, or that's 12 mil. we just go to town. You need like 3/4 of an inch to an inch of material um per leaf. It's very low cost. So while we wait for that to heat up, I'm actually gonna see if I can find some new steel um for knife making and what? Oh, sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Can be. Well, that's nice and toasty. That's good. Start doing some cutting. Work from there. Get my favourite tongue. Brushing on that. Ready to step number 2. Step number 3. Get that isolated from the rest. Not bad for the first heat of the day. Looks a bit more like it, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the perfect burr for it. But if once you get close, you might want to get to using the small, come on, files. Now, first up, should probably try and get through and through on this. You really should. This side as well. That's going to be less important. You can tell how hard the wood is because it wants to gum up. Lovely smell to it. What's off center? Okay, that's good. What I always do, first of all, you always want to clean out that. What do you take? 2.5? Yeah. Like the way you think. 3's too big, so we'll take a 5. No idea what I'm doing, do you? I kind of made this so it would sit flat here. Oh, you used it? But the angle wasn't perfect, but... So, that's top. This is bottom, that's good. Check, what's top, what's bottom? Okay. Oh, my steel's burning. Yeah, that one's toast. Think, maybe. I'll just put the heat down. Help you also a little bit. So, okay, that's the bottom. Good. All good, buddy. Clamp that up. Wait a minute. Yes. I could. I don't wanna. Yes. So you can. Yes. The rest is just wasted effort. Thing is, once you get close to that, just kind of zero it in. That'll tell you how deep you are. And I want to go to about 10. About 15 long. 9, 10. Now I'll go back. I'll get a different 0 point in. Zero it. Again, I want to go to about 10. I love this thing. Now, kind of mill in between this, but taking very light steps. See that? Light steps. Play with it a little. You don't want to put too much sideward stress on that drill bit because we all know what will happen. Very hard wood. Yeah, I know. That makes it more true, not less true. Oh, you can just put it off instead of hitting the red button because that will turn the system off. And all of that you won't have to fit up. Yeah, I don't have any end mills. This is just a little cheap homemade shop. I don't have a lot of professional tools and stuff like that. I usually make do with what I have. For a lack of a better term, I think it's a bit of the charm of this shop. Through. Heat in here. This exhibit A. The gaming chairs are lawn chairs. Why? Why would I need a gaming chair? It's not like I want to be sitting comfortably too many times. The only reason would be this one should actually would benefit from getting up and down and getting into that workplace. Just maybe you want like a little vise, a miniature vise. You can stick that in. I bought it specifically for this. I like to put it in high. That's just me. Bar stool. Yeah, I'll think of that. Also, when you're working with a Dremel, I always find it very handy to rest the hand you're working with on the piece and then kind of go like this. Then this hand will be stable and there'll be very minute movements, and also when the burr wants to move a bit, it can't really do that. It'll be like a little dentist. Okay, I'm gonna burn so many leaves today because I'm not focusing on my own work. It's what it is. I'm gonna round up that stem. Yes, another long stream. Oh no, I'm just here exercising what I like to do most. I've made a good bit of money last couple of months while I was away from streaming. So now I get to relax, do what I love, get a vacation. I had to do all of those things in order to get to this place. Also, remember, I'm still a company in startup. First 3 years are officially startup. So I've only been a company for like a year and a half. So whenever I see a business opportunity to make some money, I kind of have to. I don't know how you call an independent contractor. I'm not that well known with foreign business forms. So what's an independent contractor? Is that an LLC? So I honestly wouldn't know. Where are you from, Warpig? Lovely. Okay. Well, if you say so. Oh. Hammer's a bit rough. Clean that up. Yeah, trade name. Yeah, trade name sounds about right. Trade's name. Yeah. I would probably say it's a trade's name. Here we would say I have two trades names. Texas! Where everything is bigger.
Yeah, well, Texas is like 5 times the size of the entire Netherlands. Might as well count out half of Europe here. I believe Texas is like 4.8 times in the Netherlands. Oh, that's nice.
Got good hammer face again. Get her. Get her done. That is going to be a nice lead. That. Nice leaf, sis. We want it. We needs it. Let's make it a nice thin leaf. That is thin. Love it. Give it a little heat. Mine is too. And I'm not kidding you. Here's my keychain. That's my leaf. There's a couple of things on my keychain. There's my African water buffalo keychain that my parents got me with my name on it. And there's one of my leaves. That's about it. There we go. See that nice pattern in there? Doesn't quite fit. Now we'll heat it up. And we'll get one of my favorite tools for leaf making, a wooden block. This wooden block will have the leaves burned into them. So we go with the part that we just lacerated. We'll put that down on the wooden block. That'll give you a positive gamber on the leaf. Let's force that in. It'll start burning a little. Very nice. Tap that outward, or however much we want. So now, I don't know how well you can show that on camera. Now it gets from a static leaf to a very organic leaf. You see how much that does for it? Oh, I'm using a peen. I'm using a peen hammer for that. See that? I'm using the back end of a ball peen to really like get in there, and this is really deep as well because I've burned quite some. Yeah. So now we're gonna straighten it out just a little bit. I want that stem to be a little straight. Now we're gonna make a reverse taper. I want this part to be thinner than that part. Why do we want that? I want that penny scroll. Those of you who don't know what a penny scroll is, it's a technique where you twist and turn off a piece of the handle. You twist and turn until it starts to twist into itself. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. A penny scroll's a pigtail. And to do that, you need a reverse taper. This is a very difficult thing to pull off. Although I would say this is a pigtail. It's kind of like a failed penny scroll that got twisted too many times into itself before it snapped. Call that a pigtail. I call the others a penny scroll. Let's see how my young Padawan is doing. What are you doing? You can't. You can't. It's hardened steel now. What are you going to file it with? Hmm? No. You use a diamond file. You just remove the diamond and it won't work on wood anymore. That's why I said you want to keep that. The thickness here. You ground down the thickness. So I told you that if you ground down the thickness, you would have a harder time getting a nice fit up. So, yep, it's what it is. Work it. But just use some more epoxy to fill in the blanks. It's actually a good camera setup because now I can spy on Jos without him knowing it. I can just turn around, look at it, look at the screen. I'm like, yeah, I can see exactly what you're doing, and you can't see me. So just try to get it on there as tight as you humanly can, and that'll be it. And we'll just make sure that the epoxy fills in any gap you might have. Might not be the absolute most beautiful thing, but it'll be what your skill allows you to do at this time and space. Yeah, grinding. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a lovely blade. Yeah, by any standards. And my first knives surely didn't look like that. You want to see my first knives? Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Now those are made in 1 day of smithing, and this is the first knife I made at home grinding. And even that has been reground at a later time. Here we go, that's good for a reverse taper. That's for the rounded hammer. The hammer I'm using now, that definitely is rounded. No, not all. I do prefer a hidden tang for a kitchen knife. Definitely not all, and I'll show you some in a bit. After I get this reverse taper done, I'll show you some knives. So, a lot of my barbecue style knives made from various rasps are actually full tang, but I enjoy the freedom I have on a hidden tang more than full tang. That's all hidden tang. This, for example, is a hidden tang various rasp knife. But this one is ground so thin and so high that it actually more like a chef than a barbecue knife. Let's find ourselves a barbecue knife, shall we? Don't sit down. It's entirely forged. I only dressed the edge. It's all forged. Never trust the blacksmith. Everything's forged. Nah. Nah. It's supposed to be rustic. Um. Yeah, pretty much 2/3, 3/4 tang. Ah, here it is. I know that to be a knife in here that I wanted to show you. So, knife cam. Check on my steel real quick. So, this is absolutely a chef's knife that has some nice Damascus to it. Want to see more on that? Do that later. This is what I call a barbecue knife. Usually it's kind of like a Bowie or some outrageous design. And these are full tang. This one's dressed in some lovely mango wood with what I like to call a shark profile handle. It's very aggressive in the back, has a very nice big flare, almost like a fin. That is a barbecue knife. They are hollow ground, usually because you have a very thick blade. This is a 5mm blade, which is a lot thicker than I like for a kitchen knife. That's why I call it barbecue knife, because barbecue usually slice like up to 1 inch meat. So I do a hollow grind, so everything up to 1 inch is going to be butter smooth. And apart from that, if you want to slice like a big lettuce, you'll start to get that resistance from the rasp and the thickness of it. If you were to compare these two, you would say there is a tremendous difference in thickness between the two. This one is like 3.2 millimeters at the base, and that is about as thick as I go for a chef's knife. Usually, I'll try to keep it just a hair under 3mm. That's like my sweet spot. Okay, get my scrolling tongue. Here we are. Look at that facing down. We'll start scrolling. We're not hot enough, I can immediately tell. A lot better. There we go. This is going to be more of a pick still, I can tell. Depends on where it snaps. Snap right? Yeah, it's okay. Not great, but it'll do. Not what I was going for, but like I said, it will have to do. Every penny scroll pick still is different. Switching tongues. The first ever tongue I made. Oh no, this was the second one. First one. So now we just get the keychain ring on it, and that will make sure that the way I do it, I get that penny scroll facing backwards, and then when I do the ring, it'll turn it from backwards to the front because you'll make that 360. The ring will actually be on the other side again. Here we are. Hit a sharp corner back. Try and make that ring. Get that pick still turning up. So right now we've got pretty much like a question mark, so I'll put it back into the fire. I'll try to finish up that form. Okay, well it's in the Etsy conversation I had with Cole. We can always find that back if he wants. Just slightly tap it around this horn. Sure. I could send it to you in a DM if you like. Okay. If you want to know now, I could DM you. Not a problem. Sorry, more resellers than makers. Oh, that's too bad. I've seen my Etsy sales drop, so I'll think about shutting down my Etsy store altogether. Also because I'm gonna have two websites soon. I'm gonna have a Dutch website and I'm gonna have my own .com domain. I like that. It's not a complete circle, but I like it. Go. There's no need really to go on Etsy that much. Oh yeah, got psknives.com and got psknives.nl. So we're golden. And no, you can't snipe it. The psknives.com has been my website for a while. Trying to get some more attention to the knife making courses in the Dutch market. So I'm trying to invest. There we go. Get some of that roughness out of there. Then we'll heat it up a little, and we'll put some beeswax on it. We'll put that in. 3, 2, 1. And the beeswax doesn't need that high of a temperature to melt, so you don't really need all that much. I've got a cloth here that's dedicated to beeswax only. So whenever you polish anything that's hot with this cloth, it's going to have some beeswax in it regardless. Polish up that ring a little. There we go. Dip it in some water, and if you've done the job correctly, you'll see the water just falling down. There we have it. One completed beautiful leaf. Let's see how hot it is. Okay, I can hold it. Anyone want to guess the weight on this? Go ounces, you can go grams. Like a scoop? Not at all. Looks like an absolute perfectly organic leaf. I love the way that crumples. That's what I do with the wooden block. Crumple it. 8 ounces. 8 ounces? Are you serious? I'm gonna say 1.2 ounces. So I'm absolutely terrible at imperial because I'm a metric guy. So my definition of an ounce could be off. How are you on the imperial system? About 50 grams, right? 45, 50? 31. Yes, no, we're not talking fluid ounces. No, we're talking ounces. So I said how heavy is this? And the first response was 8 ounce. How heavy do you think it is? I'm gonna say 1.2. He's saying 1.5. Okay, okay. It's exactly 1 ounce. I was off by 0.2 of an ounce. So let's do that in grams, because now I'm just kind of curious. The fluid ounces was 0.9. It's 27 grams. Yeah. So 27 grams or 1 ounce exactly. So 1 ounce is 27 grams. Ounces? Yeah? Google says 28. Yeah, so that's pretty close. So it's 27 grams or 1 ounce. Exactly. I love that leaf. That's actually one of the better ones I think I've made in a while. Anyways, let's get back to it. Not here to dilly-dally. There we go. Flip that off. Get some heat in here. I'm actually going to lower that heat, and I'm going to go grab me some tea and coffee. Tea for me. Quite possibly coffee for yours. Coffee? Yeah? Tea? Sure thing.
Thank you for following.
We have a new follower. There you go. Caramel vanilla is my favorite flavor of tea. Yeah, that's like my second favorite. I love caramel.
I always thought there was sugar in it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I can drink it. Because I haven't consumed sugar in over a year. Not at all. I drink water, tea, and some whiskey every now and then. And I eat meat, eggs, cheese. So I don't, and some nuts. So I don't consume sugar. Means surely has been some trace amounts of sugar in like one of the marinades for a barbecue that I once had, but those trace amounts are going to be so low that it's going to be absolutely negligible. Also, if you get like slices of ham, just cooked ham, the supermarket, that'll contain 1% sugar. Yes, they put sugar in the ham to make it taste better. So that actually has 1% of sugar in it. So I actually started selecting any food I would consume on it having absolutely less than 1% sugar. Otherwise, I wouldn't eat it. Yes, it's tremendous. It's tremendous. I can't eat basic ham, but I can eat salami. Yeah, it's not that I don't like the sugar. I love sugar. I mean, everyone loves sugar. It's addictive as shit. There's actually my dad once met a guy from a food institute that you know that if we had to put sugar through the system as a food group today, it would be labeled a drug and not a consumable food group. It's so bad for you and so addictive that it would be labeled as drugs, as it is harmful to your body and highly addictive. Somehow it's everywhere. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You like the sharpness on that? Yeah. It's a very simple handle. It's a little on the short side, and I did that because I didn't want that protruding beyond the kydex sheath I was making. I've ran this so much on the job site. This was my scaffolding knife, and I did everything with it. I cut zip ties with it. I cut miles and miles of gauze with it, and actually when there was like a branch in the way, I would cut that. Once the biggest branch I cut was like almost 3 inches. No, no, I used a steel hammer. You can see the hammer marks on there. And people were like, "Bro, that's a handmade custom knife. What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, well, It's the first one. It's a test knife. If it breaks, it fails the test. It should be able to handle a lot of the abuse I am putting it through. So it's been dropped. It's been pretty much everything you can conceive. I found out that making these sharp corners on wood, they don't hold up. As you can see, that the corner was right there, and just from the kydex that broke. That's why it doesn't pop anymore, because it used to pop in place. Yeah, Brad has some sugar in it. That helps the yeast in there rise. But this should still shave. I haven't used it in like 3 years. Yeah, just a simple.
Second best thing.
Yeah, it's a pocket knife is actually more accepted in the Netherlands than a fixed blade.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, because basically you're talking the exact same thing.
yeah.
Yeah, it has a slightly bigger handle, but generally speaking, I mean the blade length is almost identical. And I would say this looks less menacing than this. Really? I thought the US was very, very acceptant towards fixed handles. Hey, wait. Why are you doing that? I said stop. Thank you. Oh, you're gonna show me yours? Giggity. Isolating my material. Trying to get those shoulders nice and square. Drawing a bit out. And once you've drawn it out from the back here, you can go back to the front, clean that up, and that'll be your first heat. There you go. One heat on making a leaf. Ooh.
And
Oh.
you
I wouldn't even give it 10, sorry. I mean, it's a functional knife. I like the clip. I like that. I don't like the knife. It's got too much wiggle for me. I would probably invest and go up to like the 40-ish range. This one was like 60. I know it's a big step up. I mean, it's 6 times the cost. But I would say it's 6 times the knife. Bastek makes some pretty cheap knives. It is a Chinese company, but they used to make parts for knife companies, and then at one point they would say, "Well, we can just make the knives ourselves." Yes, yes. But this has some very good action to it. So if you just take that flipper and push it, you'll find how smooth that is actually. Has some resistance at the start, and then it just pops. So that's around 60 bucks. Now I'm sure you could find a decent pocket knife for around 40, but this flimsy thing, that's just nope. Yeah, yeah. Heats into the stem. I know. That's why I work fast. You want this sharp again because it's yeah. You hit that tab. Doesn't need much. It wasn't in terrible condition, but just this 20 seconds gonna make a substantial difference to your perception of sharp. There you go. Feel the difference. Oh, Spyderco started around 50. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Spyderco design. I like the Spyderco philosophy. I don't like the design. I don't like the high rounded spine of a Spyderco. Ooh, damn. That was a miss hit. Like I said, I'm not into Spyderco, so I don't know the exact profile of the Tenacious. You could probably put a link in here. Have me check that out. So how's it coming along? Making any progress yet? Ah, good. Slow and steady wins the race. But hurry the fuck up, will you? In the words of a Dutch, in the words of a Dutch comedian, handig aan en rap een beetje. That is perfect. Here I come, you can't hide. Okay. So if you got like a link I can click. So I've got this best tech. It's called the Paladin. That's my work knife. Around $60. It has very good action. Very smooth. Rock solid. And just overall, I think a very pleasant knife. Both aesthetically and yeah, in use. Go a bit less of a curve. Okay, getting that reverse taper in. Going on a low heat because I keep checking in on yours here. I mean, this is the hardest step. Once you get this, everything else is gonna be easy peasy. You need to get higher. You use the Dremel to get a little higher if you like. Then use the file to make that nice and square. Usually the fastest way to go about it. It's snapping. Too bad. Not the worst thing. I can still try a penny scroll, but it's going to be a bit more difficult now. Let's say Curse short select fire. Again, I would like a URL to be able to see that. More clinker. Ah, there we go. Open that in a bit. My steel's hot right now. Okay. Try a penny scroll. I need to flatten it first. I want any chance getting a grip on it. I need a good heat. Try and get it done in one. I don't think this is gonna work, but we'll see. Nope. Can go in for a second attempt. Try to scroll that through. Don't have the grip on it. That's not gonna work. Maybe this one will. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna grind that bit off. Good.
Get that nice and hot and get the ends ready.
Almost good. Okay, so now try something else. I'm gonna try it gently. You don't usually do this on an angle. This one, but I think we can manage. Usually, I put that over the tang and I hit it down, but I can't do that here. So just gently, and I use the wood in between to absorb some of the shock from the hammer. Yeah, it needs to be a softer type of wood. Now this does two things. First up, it'll help you fit up the handle. That looks a hell of a lot closer, doesn't it? Secondly, you can now see where it's rubbing. It's rubbing right there. And that's about it. So if you flare that one outward.
Yeah.
So look, you want that flare.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost all the way down to the edge. That's where it's rubbing. You can see those glossy high spots.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have found those easily if you didn't hit it with a hammer. Gently. As you can see, the answer is always hit it with a hammer. Depending on what you want the outcome to be, you might hit it harder or less hard. Always want to hit it with a hammer. Straighten that. Absolutely. I want more heat in that base because I want to step back. Good as it gets. Do you think that if we clamp it, it'll get down there? What did you do? Did you grind that again today? You did what I told you not to do, right? Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Okay. Well, if you're satisfied, I'm good. What I would do actually, I would finish this side. It's way too rough now. So finish it, and then see if it still fits because you might need to do some rework on it. Yeah, yeah. I will get like the 120 gauze, like this one. It's a good one for it. And run it at about 30. This should be nice and hot by now. Yes. That back. That's good. Love it. Polishing. Put it in the fire. 3, 2, 1. Plenty. Beeswax. So I'm not pumping these out as fast as I can humanly get them done because I can usually run like 2 at the same time. Taking that in between time. Help treat the other knives. Talk to you guys, stuff like that. Lovely. That's number 2. This one I kind of chug it in there. So it's already pretty hot. Gonna get that up to temp. Take a look at that Kershaw. Oh yeah. Okay, not sure how I feel about the screwdriver part of it. Definitely a multi-tool. Price on one of those, let's see. That's $60. Okay. That's not bad. Yeah, absolutely. I will always refer to my Leatherman and my Victorinox for the multi-tools. Grew up with Victorinox and I've grown to like Leatherman. found a Leatherman once in a discount portion of the shop for $20. I was like, yeah, I'll take that. I'll get me a piece of that. $20 for a Leatherman is good on any day. And I'll keep it in my car as an in case of emergency kind of knife. I can smell the rosewood coming in. That's nice, that's good. You've almost burned it because you can kind of see the oil sapping out. How's the fit up? Fit up is yeah? It's not that great anymore. It's close. Definitely needs some more work. Yep, needs touch. Heat number 2. Oh, really? Oh. Wish you well. Wish Cole well. Let me know if he's okay. Okay, bye-bye. Go do what you need to do. Okay, so now the third heat is going to be rounding that handle stem. And it's gone. I've hit it too many times when it was a bit cold. Next! I knew I had to miss it. Didn't know it was that bad. Kind of fractured the grain within. Probably make like 1 or 2 more leaves and then I'll get back into the shop and finish a handle. Kaboom. I'll just leave it to you, okay? I'll leave it to you to leave me alone. How's that? For a pun. What? They're actually already there? Yep. Making it just a tad wider because I feel it going bogging up. That does anything. Voila, instantly better. Sorry, I've done this a few times. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. You know, that's actually really difficult to do. There, does it fit? What do you know? China. There you go. Yes, absolutely. Well, that was difficult. You want me to do the other one as well? Yeah, we'll just go with the drill. Drawn out. Now go rounding the stem, making the leaf. You like the drill jig I made for you? I would take like a 4mm. I wouldn't go much bigger than that. Maybe even a 3, because it's a big piece of wood. I mean, you can do 5, but I would go a little smaller. So you want that to be generous, but you don't want it to be too large. Pretty much the same with the other spacer I made. It's generous, but it's not excessive. Darn it. Probably not going to make this one. Say, we had a bit of sparks. Not like a tremendous amount, but burning up the steel. Want to hit that base a little wider. The way I like the shape of my leaf. Could have done that before you got it in there. Kind of what the cross is for, to get you an approximation. Oh, bugger. So our fire is way too hot. I'm totally burning my leaf. Good thing Wazzel's not here to see it. Give me hell for it. I think I can still save that. Like I said this morning, I'm going to ruin a lot of leaves today. Be working on other things more than these leaves.
Getting in a good fit between your legs is quite important when you're doing this.
Nice. Like it. Get in high gear.
Here we go. Burn that in nicely.
Get that reverse taper in. Not the way it goes on the handle, eh? That's on there a bit wonky. Yeah. Did it freehand like I did? Takes a lot of control.
Remember what I said about making it look easy?
There you go. Oh, I have to go. Okay. Here we go. Some good heat. Flip that up. Ah, it's looking good. You ready to attempt another penny scroll? This time it should work. So you have to twist and push and do everything at the same time. Keep it consistent. And you have to move fast. Yes. We're getting a penny scroll. 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Almost perfect. Just gently tap that down. There you go. That's your pigtail / penny scroll. Get that base nice and hot. Start scrolling in. Key ring, chain. At least 4. At least. Could do 5 because this one is much irrelevant. Yeah. Do you know how long it needs to be? Did you mark it? You mark how long it needs to be. Let's do that. Either on your drill bit. You can basically like get a marker.
Or maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go. That yay much. Yes, I like that heat in there. Hit the back of that lathe. Come on. Nice and hard bend in there. Good. Now we'll heat up the rest of that tail. It only takes like a couple of seconds. Probably get it just a little hotter than this. I don't like that bend. Gonna work on it some more. I'll get it to my liking. There we go. That was a quick fix. Get that tail down. I want that to be a little straighter. I like that. Good. Love that. It's not what I usually do, but I love it.
Gives that a little bit extra organic look. Way better. Love the way that came out.
It's quite warm. Get some beeswax. 3, 2, 1. We go. Got some wax on there. Give it a good old rubbing. Rub it real good. Then you just dunk it in some water, cool it off. That'll harden that wax. That is cool. Just look how organic this one looks. The little cut in there.
Yeah.
The little wave in there.
Things that make it tension.
No, no.
But it looks, that's nature.
It's the same thing with the way I shape it on the wood. That I burn it into the wood and I use the same piece of wood again and again. So it burns in. You get that swoop and then I just hit that tip forward a little and that gives you a very organic leaf shape. I love that. I burn it a little here and that gives you another just as that little imperfection. Love it. Yeah, you should have. Dummy. Why didn't you? What next time? My shop is squeaky clean. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to be back here. There we go. Give it a tad bit more heat. I have enough to get another good first cycle in. Yeah. Oh, to make some pilot drills.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing with very hard oily woods. That was a very nice heat. I can tell I haven't done a whole lot of forging lately. My forearm is tensing up a little. You don't need it to be that wide, do you? What did you take, a 5? No. Took a 5, a 5 is good. Yay much? If you connect the 2 dots, it'll be done. That's all you need. If you make them too wide, you might have to do the bottom again. Yeah, definitely. Try it. Good. I could probably hit that leaf out a little. Got some residual heat in it. There we go. That's looking about right. Oh, good. Okay. Well, degrease everything. Give all the mating surfaces a little bit of a 120 rub, so it's nice and coarse. Then you're ready for glue up. There we go. Mate, I'm getting good at this. You definitely want acetone. Up there. Over there, and up there. Something like that. The little yours. It's got a childproof lid. You remember how to open one of those? No. Should I? So this will be the last leaf of the day. I think she's gonna look mighty fucking fabulous. Make sure it burns in there. My latest one. Use a little extra pick me up. Give a little recurve to it. Done. Reverse taper in. Make a little penny scroll. Got this. Did you give it some 120 love first? Then clean it. Doesn't need a whole lot, just scuff up the surface a little. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sure, you should do that first. Okay. That's pretty cold. Lower that heat before we burn anything again. And why do you think it's amazing? Yeah, I know. Get that 90-degree bend in. There we go. That little love tap, that'll make it easier for me to turn it. Heat that up. Scrolling tongue, ready to go. Twist and turn, twist, turn. We have a penny scroll. Lovely. Ha 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 ha. Just about freaking perfect. That penny scroll. Just on the short side for a nice concentric ring. We'll see. All out of H2O. That's enough. Just scuff it up a little. Make some cross marks if you like. Especially on that rosewood. That's the most important wood to scuff up because it's such an oily wood. It'll have a hard time bonding. Just scuff it sideways, and you're done. Nothing much more you can do. There we go. Hard back. Like that. That was a little much. There's some discrepancies in heat. Squeeze. Bit much, so I'll try to open that up. No? That ain't half bad. Always have to be 100% perfect when you're making something organic. Just look at the way it either does or doesn't look pleasing to you. If it looks pleasing, organic. Kind of the fun thing about these blades is that they don't have to be perfect. All the little imperfection that makes it nice, that makes it handwork, handful, makes it desirable. People have actually asked me to sell these, and I went against that. Not selling these. Save up for one if you require to have one. Damn, I made some kick-ass leaves. Okay. Gonna get some water. You need anything? You need to know what to do. So we are gonna be bedding the tang. You know what bedding the tang is? No? No, it's not bedding the tang. No, sorry to disappoint. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna glue up all these sections of handle together. We're gonna pour epoxy down the big ass hole we made. Gonna fill that all up. We don't want the handle to be attached to the knife yet. Because we want to shape the handle separately from the knife. That gives a lot more freedom, a lot less chances to fuck up the blade while we do it. So how on earth do we prevent tang from sticking to the handle that we want them to? And what do you put on there? You're getting close. My preferred choice, a lot of people use wax. My preferred poison, lithium grease. Stuff they use to lubricate heavy car and industrial panels. The stuff you put in a lube gun. Lithium grease. Yeah. Lithium grease. Don't need a whole lot of it. Just rub that all over until right about there. Because the epoxy is going to pour out and you don't want it sticking to your blade as well. You just need a thin layer, but you need it everywhere. So you just really want to rub that in. Oh, I'll dance. Would you like some more tea? Okay. Another cup of tea. Yep, I use that. Nope. This will say part A, resin. This will say part B, hardener. So it's a one-to-one epoxy. Basically means what you're going to do. I always put down 2 strips of this. We got a little space to mix it. Sometimes I use 3 for people who are messy. I'll make 4 for you. So you basically want to put 2 dots. You don't want them to immediately touch. So you don't want to pour like this. You want to pour just a little bit apart. So as they grow, they will touch, but you will clearly, distinctly be able to see how much hardener and how much resin you got in there. Because you want a 1-to-1 ratio or as close to an approximation as you can by eye. So as that, then you need to have a stir stick ready. Fuck. Why is that here? Just salt water, but it is a mess. No, you didn't use it, but as I was trying to make some space. Yep, thank you. There we go, stir stick.
Years.
No, months. Every now and then I lose it, or it gets too thin, because every now and then I just get the epoxy off here. Get pretty much down to the wood again. Because it's nice to have it thin, but you don't want it too thin. You don't want it too thick. Popsicle sticks, yeah, those will absolutely do. I don't have popsicle sticks, so I just make this, and I like that. Because it'll spread relatively well. It'll get in there pretty deeply.
Start here and put.
There you go. You'll also need some white spirit and one of these cotton swabs, or several actually. So you get some white spirit, because the white spirit will help remove any of the resin. It'll not really stick to it. Yeah? You got this? Sure? You sure? Go. You need to do the other parts as well. What are you going to do? Mix up a new batch? It's a quick setting epoxy. You needed to start at the front and now you're starting at the back. Why are you doing that? No. Just told you what to do. Like literally. Stick it on there. Don't know how much you put in there. It's probably way too much. Get some of that off. It's on the other side as well. Now it's going to be messy. Got like 3 minutes left. Swipe and wipe. Done. Next. Should have given you 4 pieces of tape. You're making a bloody mess. Now we'll see how much of a mess you're going to make. Put that one on. How much is going to squeeze out? Does it? Does it? About right. Okay, pull that last one off. Try to put as much epoxy in there as we can. Got a bit more here. Take that. Pour that all in. Yep. Okay. Put it in the clamp. Place it in. Press down on one side. Clamp it a little. Is that the way you want it? Exactly. You don't need to clamp it too hard. You should probably try and keep that angle free if you can. Clamping that. I think that's about what you want, isn't it? Okay, so last one. Does it line up to the blade? That's straight? Cool. So you got that big hole at the bottom. Sometimes it'll wonk off to the left or to the right, and now's the time to correct that. Because that epoxy will start setting up, and there's nothing much more you can do about it.
This so make sure.
Yeah.
Then
True. One thing that not good. That's the fit up. So I'm going to try to squeeze it a bit more. See if we get a bit better fit up. Squeeze it. Fit up to the blade. It was a bit large. It's a little better now. Not absolutely amazing, but you can always shorten the tang a little. Hey, like my buddy Johnson says, if you're not cheating, you're not trying hard enough. It's another knife maker on Twitch. No, you need to wait, because as soon as this becomes solid and no longer sticky, that's when you can take off your handle. So you need to leave that be for now. What? Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
was another
Yep. All buildings would decay. Every single structure on Earth would fall to ruins. And when I said this to my wife said, "Yeah, well, but women can be engineers too." I said, "You're absolutely correct. But the amount of engineers and construction workers you need to maintain the current status, it will all be decayed before even 10% can be physically maintained. Everything will be gone."
I've seen
Yeah.
and then they in the beginning they
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
put them
Yeah.
and then they chose
Yeah, because that was all completely built.
yes, developers.
Yeah,
There was nothing.
absolutely. Because
Like,
they did this in 5 days.
sleep and it's
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing, exactly just that. Obviously, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying that the feminist movement like completely denies that they basically have the liberty to do what they do because of the previous hardship of men. Yeah, yeah, wars, construction, everything, the peace that they crave is created by men. And they will say, yeah, well, wars were created by men as well. Well, mostly over women. So if there were no women, there would probably be less wars. That's a different discussion we'll not get into too much at this time. But yeah, the cars they like to drive in, those were made by men. The roof over the head is made by men. They don't need a man. No, they don't need it. They just need whatever they make, which is pretty much everything, to be for free and always readily available like magic, and then they don't need men. Oh yeah, I love Pearl.
yeah, but she has like 4G things.
Pearl's amazing.
Yeah,
Love that. The part when she goes off against the feminist and she says, "Well, women aren't equal to men, and I don't think they should be." What do you mean they're not equal? Women are below men. You'll hear a woman say that, and you see the feminists go like, not saying they're less valuable. They are tremendously valuable to society. Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's the thing. That's the thing. And those modern women saying, "Where are all the good men?" Well, it's quite simple. You're you're basically all fucking the same woman. You're all fucking the same man. Because 90% of women is fucking less than 10% of men. And all those 10% will do is say, well, I've got so many women, why should I try to do any effort whatsoever? The other 90% will make an effort to be with a woman. But they don't want that man. No, they want the 10% or less man.
What kind of man?
Yeah. 6'2". Okay, so that's less than 5% of the male population. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's 1% of the no that's 1% of 5%. So that's 0.05%. Okay. What else does it need to be? Yeah. Yeah. He can't be fat. Well, that eradicates like immediately. Like another 1/3, because those hyper successful people usually take care of themselves. So that's 1/3. So it's like 0.003% now. Yeah. Yeah, and I need to be attracted to him. Okay, so that eradicates like 90% of those. You get like 0.003% of men, which basically means that in all of America you're looking for like 20 people. Yeah, they're complete scumbags. Why would they make an effort whatsoever? Absolutely no point in them making an effort. Not in dating, not for a relationship. Why would they even want a relationship? Yeah. Yep, it's rare these days to find anyone in their right mind. Yeah,
That's quite tough. Tougher.
I know. That one's quite a lot tougher too.
shorten that tang a little. That's about what I want. Looking good. Yeah, those are commissions. Okay. I don't even know why that's on there. Oh, that's the date of the wedding. Yeah, that's the date of the wedding. That's when the knife had to be done. Like, why is there a date on it? But that's the wedding knife. So that one's done. That's the one we have right there in the box. This is going to be the profile of their own knife, and this is going to be for a friend of them. I have that roughly forged out. Drawing? No. So we basically want this knife, so I just laid it down and just, there you go. Shouldn't make it harder on yourself than it absolutely necessarily needs to be. Oh, by the way, that's not sticky anymore. You can take that out. Yeah, Pearl's fun. Well, she's definitely not much more than a 6. She's not that physically attractive. But I find her mentally attractive. Having someone down to earth. That says a lot these days. Yeah. So I think she's much rarer of a specimen than the OnlyFans bimbos that are on all of these shows. High maintenance, low value. You know what one of the best ones was? On one of those panels, you had this really fat guy who claimed to be a woman. He was wearing like this super skinny tank top, and the only reason he had tits was because it was such a fat dude. Big puffy face, long hair. I'm a woman. I'm a 10. And all of the women there, all those sneaky OnlyFans models, they were like, yeah, she's a 10. She's a 10. And then one of them said, well, you know what? You look like her. And their face would go like, what? But you just said she's a 10. So I'm basically telling you you're a 10 and you're offended by the very idea of it. So what is wrong here? Because you say she's a 10 by mere self-definition, but when I indirectly say that you look like her, you are offended. Something's wrong here, and it's not my judgment. So pull out the knife. Yeah, that epoxy, you can still get that off like with your nails. See, I told you were making a freaking mess.
My best to make.
Pull it. There you go. So now you can clean this with some acetone. Let's get a drill bit here. No, no, no. That's the last thing you do. As a last thing before you glue it up permanently. Are you ready to glue it up permanently? Then leave it the fuck alone. Okay, so what you want to do now is you want to trim that just flush. Yeah? So start with that. Get on the bandsaw, trim it flush. That looked like a bandsaw to you? There you go, done. I could have saved you so much trouble. And then you can clean it up on this one. This one, A, is not for wood, it's made for metal. B, it's a bit worn. And C, if you want something to happen on these belts, you need to crank some speed in there. And C, if you put too much heat in here, the epoxy will come undone. So you want to take short intervals. There we go. Now it's somewhat flush. Now you put it on the knife. There you go. Nice and tight fit. Give it some soft tap, see what happens. Not bad. Got a bit of a gap there at the top, but we'll do some little fixing before we glue it up. So what you want to do, you want to stare it down and take your center point. So grab a Sharpie. Just stare it down and go, okay, the center point is going to be basically here. Double check. Lines up, yeah, that's my center point. Go from here to here. What type of handle do you want? Have you made any decisions on it? Yeah?
Then
Okay. So that's your center line. You can do the same thing for the front if you like. I usually don't. I do that by eye. I usually don't use a ruler either. I just do it like that. Give me a rough indication of what I want. So this basically tells me it's a bit offset. See? So now what we need to do is we need to get it to be same. Yeah, so you remove some of that. So basically, no, you should probably some grinding. No, I have a basic global concept of what works and what doesn't work. So basically, you don't want to remove that black line. So you grind to the black line, not past the black line. Yes? It's a blue, basically, but yeah, just about. The fun thing is, you can't mess up the knife finish. That's the best part of it. So we take a belt that's actually for wood. Now feel that. That'll hog off some wood. Now what you need to remember is you want to start out in one direction and finish in the other. What that pertains, I'll tell you. So you want to start out going like this. Double check always on the other side, whether you're going somewhat straight. You want to finish like this, because this is easier to make it straight again, but it will generate more heat in the wood. And like I said, if there's too much heat in the wood, the epoxy will come undone. Yes? Good. Speed. Full blast. Send it. My
So that fit up is pretty good. Yeah. Now I'll start hammering on it. You'll see in the little indents.
Start seeing some indents where I need to remove material, and what I will actually do, I will recess the blade into the spacer. Now this is brass, so obviously I can hit it quite a lot harder than I could wood. But that is now pretty much on there. See, wiggle that off. See that indent? So I will remove all that material, and it will actually sit inside of the knife handle. That will give me another like 0.2 millimeters of play when the handle doesn't want to go in all the way. I'll still have a perfect seal. Yeah. I want the bolster to sit around the knife. Yeah. So I'm gonna take this.
I'm going to grind that in. I'll remove that material in between. Like a little dental burr. Yeah, it's a finicky business. That's why you need a good burr. I always feel like a dentist doing this. Wonder why?
Here we go. I'm gonna hit it again. I'll see if I get any more indents that I need to remove. As I go deeper and deeper, we'll get some new markings on there. Yeah, you're taking notes again. See, there's almost no new indents. And now when I take it, I put it on there. That is as flush as it's ever going to be. Why? Because it's actually down in there just a little bit.
Difference there and there.
Yeah.
Just
Yes. Remove all of those tiny little inequalities. Now we'll have the terrible task of making that spacer again. Most difficult one of all.
Elongated.
About 90% way.
does, but I'll just fit there.
So is that about straight, you say? Is that as straight as it can be? Yeah. No, I know what I said. No, true.
I check.
So the thing is, it's right in the middle there, so you
Yeah,
just need to taper it forward a little. That needs to be removed anyways.
Ah,
So you can slightly just press it forward, and you'll take almost nothing off the back, and you'll just take a little off the front. Yep. Now I want this to be incredibly close to the final dimensions of the handle, because I want as much of this in there as I can, physically. So this is a lovely little offcut for another knife. So I'll chuck that in there. Where are you at?
not easy. Make it fit. Now how do this? Make this fit. Ah,
Not impossible. You're making it really hard on yourself. The only people who do a full body, single wood, hidden tang are the people who make like 4.5, 5 mil thick knives at least. Preferably 6. Probably it'll be those Americans who say it's quarter-inch thick. That's 6.2 millimeters. And it'll taper towards the end. Yeah, that's all good, but I don't want a knife that's going to be that thick and call it a chef's knife. Can't do it. I think this one's thick. This one's closing in on 4. It has a beautiful taper to it. Absolutely. You can get like a 4 mil drill bit in there. A 4 mil drill bit, you can get in there quite a long ways. Now the other thing you could do is just make a very, very, very tiny tang. That's going to compromise the strength of your handle. So surely let's not do that. So now I'm going to determine the size of my drill bit by the length that I need. And there's plenty of them. So basically go like this. Oh yeah, that's good. See? So can I get away with a 5? Be a bit close. So I could probably try it. But 5.5 is good. So I'll take that 5.5. What? Make a good hole. Now, I'll line this up the way I want it. I want that angle. Lock that in. Get back to where I want to drill it. Get back here. Change the angle on that. I have 2 holes. I'll kind of mill out the middle of it. You see this wood is quite fatty as well. Fatty and hard because it just tends to clutter up. So I keep pulling back and breaking that off. And this one actually breaks off as soon as you hit the wood again. So that makes it a lot easier. The epoxy, you just want to clear out any rubble. There we go. I think I hit the same hole again as I came down. If I can drill it, I will. At some point, it'll start to wander off. It is what it is. I think this far, it's actually going a lot better than I thought it would. So now we just mill it. Like I said earlier, if you want to go milling, you should probably up the revs. What? Where? Oh yeah, I know. I'll just keep that running. I'll keep it running until I don't see any bubbles whatsoever anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. If you cut it down the middle and you make like two handle scales, then you can see it. There we go. So the safest way to know if you're deep enough, take that off, see how far it goes. I'd say that's deep enough.
Yeah.
So it kind of bottoms out there. That's good. That's perfect. There we go. So I'm ready for glue up. Yeah, it's teal. So it's a bit of a greenish blue. Yeah, teal. Yep. So you had some 120 here. Use that. You could. Why wouldn't you be able to? Definitely, you shouldn't scratch it because I'll be very, very, very upset with you. Nope. Absolutely not. Made in China. Nope, they're just tip protectors. They sell them by the 100 or 500. Couple of bucks. Okay, so I'll get my lithium grease. Is anyone still in chat? Nice. So who's going to finish their knife first, me or yours?
Me.
Because
I mean you.
yours has been working on this for quite some time. And I made 4 leaves this morning. I just started like half an hour ago. Yeah, I like it that way. If your preference is any different, that's fine. But I like it that way. But that's why I say if it's getting too thin, that's no longer going to be an option. So there's a reason I leave that about 20 mil high. I like my handles to be between 18 and 22 mil high. And I do that all by eye. Where'd you leave my stir stick? Ah, there it is. Yours is 18? Mine is 20 exactly. Okay, good. Yeah, I just think it looks a lot more cohesive if the handle is flush to the blade. That is a personal preference. If you look at traditional Japanese knives, they will always have a good skip. They will have a tiny tang, and they'll have a larger handle. So the knife you took was a perfect example of that. Wazzle, they come to change your locks yet? But they didn't even come prepared. Body wankers. So you have an appointment to change your locks, and now they're gonna check if they have any locks. That's just fan-fucking-tastic. Like people asking me, "Hey, can I buy a knife from you if I come over right now?" And I'll say, "Oh yeah, you can buy a knife." And then here, knife? But I don't have any knives on already. What do you mean? Just get one. I custom make them. We're having a locksmith. It says, "Yeah, I can open any lock," and they'll go to your house, and you're like, "Nah, I can't open this, mate." Why even bother going down that route? Now is it enough? Some epoxy going down that rabbit hole. Yes. That's what we want to see. Just that tiny little squeeze out. I'll make that straight. It up. I don't need to clamp it that hard. I know. But I always knew it was going to be difficult to get that shape in with the tiny leg that you have. So I reckon should probably get like a like an octagonal handle on this.
Okay.
Make it like a basic Japanese handle.
Yeah.
I think that is going to be your best option. Also, if you look, it's slightly on an angle. It's tilted. The next thing you need to do is get away from that tilt. Remove some more here. You need to get down to that spacer anyways. Remove some down here. So take a Sharpie. Remove that. That. Yes.
It's not.
Nope.
Yeah.
Octa means 8. You know. You still ask. No, yeah. Look. You see that I always go offset. I always go from the back because I want the handle to come forward. Yeah. That's why I always think 3-4 steps ahead. Yes. Get that lined up. I didn't really get any breakfast in, so I'm gonna make some lunch. Trying to eat less of a breakfast. Happens. Go back to one meal a day. Cases 2 a day. Might have some more benefits for me personally. I'd like to find out if that's true. If so, to what degree?
Taper it a little. Make it
What did you say?
smaller.
You love some wood in the morning? Oh.
Smell
You like some morning wood? What? Is that even a serious question? Yes, absolutely. That's the next thing, but first you need to get it square to the knife. To get it square to the knife, then you can get doing what you want to do. Nope, never. I've actually darted competition for like a year or two, and I threw a boatload of 140s, like an absolute boatload. I could do like 240s in a set, but I've never thrown a 180. Not even in the butt. Oh yeah, just like a week ago. My son was like, "Dad, yeah, do you know how fast this car will go?" I said, "Nope, I've no idea." And I just turned onto the A6, and I was like, "There's nobody here." Put my foot down. It'll just about touch 205 on the speedometer, and that is about 196 on my GPS, which I think's plenty. I was thinking of getting the chip done. That would add another 40 newton meters of torque, another 25-30 horses. Chip tuning cost like 250 bucks. Get like 40 newton meters of torque extra. Or even better, no, it was like 70. It's already got 350 newton meters of torque. Yeah, yeah, how hard it will pull. And the horsepower will determine your top speed. It'll go from like 350 newton meters to 420, I believe. Still, it's got those short diesel gears, so you're not going to be racing anything. But if you got like a really heavy cart behind your station, like a caravan, a trailer, anything heavy, and I've had some heavy shit. That extra newton meters of torque will help you get from A to B. Feel less like an 18 wheeler trying to pull up. That's about right. You know what always fascinated me about teaching? I would teach people to do something, and then I'll be like, "Yeah, but you don't do that." I'm like, "No, but once you get to the level of skill where I'm at, you won't listen to people like me anymore." It's a completely different ball game. Yeah, you just start on the basics, try to comprehend the basics, and after that we'll talk. Yeah, you either do or you don't, and you're either here to learn my ways or you're not. And the way I do it now is not the way I started out. It's the way I learned, going through the motions, going through the different steps, taking my time. Like this, I clean the tang, then I go in and out a couple of times. I'll get some of that leftover grease in there. Get that out sort of like 2 or 3 times. Then you'll feel the resistance going up. Then you'll know it's pretty clean in there. See? I know you didn't, because I didn't Specify that to the letter. Someone burned some wood. Someone burned through his morning wood.
Hey, Peach. I will aim to go. See? Always in the name of the game. Nice.
That's good. Quite like that. No, that's good. Good. Love that. Now, this is about where you want to be. That's very nice. I love the taper on it. What are you going to do with the back? You're going to keep it straight? Are you going to go the same line? Or are you going to go opposite line? Usually, you hold it like this. So I'm a fan of the opposite line. How long do you want it to be? Because the way you hold it shouldn't be as long that you want to complicate that. You could, but once you get the sides off, how it's a matter of how aggressive you take those sides off. If you're just gonna clip the corners, you can go smaller. If you want to go a good octagonal, wait, I think I have an octagonal right here. See how different that feels? Now, is it a lot smaller? It's a little smaller. About the same width there. It's a little smaller up front because I like that grip. You can also see I've chamfered the sides to make it easier. Grip that. Hold that. What we could also do is taper it a bit towards the height. You can do that as well. I think it's rather high right now. Just taper, especially the top one. I mean, it's going to be not going to be exactly in line of what you want it to be because it's going to tilt up a little. And if you remove that top part, it's going to accentuate that. No, that's not nice. No, I don't like that. What we can then do, we can taper the tang down that way, and we can tilt that knife downwards a little, and that'll be better in there. So there's several things we can cheat on to get what we want. But first, you need to figure out what you like about that handle and what you don't like. That's your example, right there in your hand. You can also see the reverse aspect of it, and when you hold it, you will see that in your palm, see, you hold that bit. See, and you don't need that space there up front. So potato, it's what you want it to be. You could do that, yeah. So I would probably taper like half of that. I would probably go like this. Change the belt to a more worn one. go. Front room, please.
if you tilt it, then this line and this line are not.
Trying to be like in between. I know what you mean.
I can.
Yeah.
So like the length. Right? If I hold.
Okay. That's good. Just complete that taper. Give the end some shape if you like. And then you can take it off and you can make those octagons. Take the big wheel attachment. There we go. What? I get that a lot.
Okay. Make this round.
I would do it sharp. Yes. Yes. Go ahead. Yeah. Sure thing. 1 second. 1 second. Don't steal it. And it's gone. do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that, and it's gone. Do you have any money in this bank? No, next please. Next. No, go ahead. All yours, go ahead. Oh yeah, that's what I came here to do. Are you sure you're going in the right direction? Are you not going to change the angle the wrong way? You marked it. Okay. Looking pretty good. Maybe take a little off the tang. Just a tiny bit. I'm pretty sure it's bottoming out. I think so. A little off the tang. Take like 2-3 millimeters off the tang. There you go, belt. Yeah, you good? How you doing? Not getting any better? You remove a bit of the tang? Did you make it thinner or did you make it shorter? Like 3 millimeters. Yeah, just about. You made it thinner. No, you just need to make it shorter. Yeah, done. Now it'll go deeper. So let's take another 2 millimeters off. That's about the end of it. Two point 25.6. Yeah? 25.4? Okay. Okay.
Time.
I know. Yep. That's good. What do you think of this one? Yeah. I think it's a little bulky. I may. I haven't decided yet. Do you think the handle's a bit on the bulky side? Up front, not the rear. Front. A little bulky, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I'll slim that down just a little. I'll change the angle of attack. Let's work on that. I think that's a lot better in your hand. That's not bad at all. I feel it's too bulky in the rear. I don't know if it's the taper or the blockiness. Feels too bulky back here. I can barely wrap my pinky around it. I don't have the same issue here. So it's probably the squareness of it. See that? So I taper from what you just about have here to more in the back. And that means I can wrap my pinky around this one, and I can't do that there. Feel this one, same grip. You got more space for your pinky. It's the little things. All the little things combined. Okay. Start cleaning this up now. Pretty happy with the shape of the handle. Another one of my classics. It's better. I might go even heavier than this. It's better. And if you like it, it's good. Because I like room for the pinky. Feel this? Got so much space for that pinky. I just love that. I think my lunch is about ready. Yeah, it is. Lunchtime. Are you talking to me? Hmm? Yep. Talking to me? You talking to me? Well, fuck you, buddy. I'm the last one laughing. Hardly. Hardly. Probably. See, does it have space? It has a little space. Okay. Oh, maybe we do need to take just that little bit off, but I don't want to make it any shorter. I would probably just leave it as is. I would just fill that with epoxy and clean up the epoxy like with a little edge on it. I would do that. I don't see how you can really get it done at this stage. Way too much. Yeah. Hey, Serge. How you doing, buddy? Just trying to finish up another couple of knives today. Well, more specifically, his knife. About damn time he got it done. Yes. Yes, we are. Yep. Sure, you'll be KV. Serge Junk is asking about your knife. Asking if you could show it to him. No, it's a work in progress, obviously. But he's seen some knives in progress, so. Ah, Wazzle, you in the system again, buddy? It'll try to elude you because it'll be searching for your head. That's cool, buddy. Give it a couple of seconds and you'll be good to go. So it's a twist Damascus. He says it's 65 layers, alternating 1095, 15 and 20. He's doing his best, but he doesn't understand that I have the mic. Yes. French? It almost has no belly. I think you've got it backwards because it's got a very rounded spine and almost no belly. French like a long tapered chef's knife. I wouldn't call this one French. I would go more like pseudo-Japanese. Like between a Sentoku, a K-tip, and... Okay. Yeah, I'll call this a hybrid between a Sentoku and a K-tip and a Gyuto. Somewhere in between of those. Every knife he keeps drawn, it's similar to this, so his absolute perfect knife because it's coming out the way he envisioned it. Sucker! First blood! No, I do a lot of dumb shit, but I don't usually cut myself on knives. I'll cut myself on belts. I'll cut myself on glass. I'll cut myself on paper. I'll cut myself on cardboard. I'll cut myself on any blunt object you can find. Screwdrivers, hammers. I'll cut myself on anything, but knives? Not generally, no. Very, very rarely. Yep. I'll only cut myself when I'm like cutting up vegetables for cooking. I'll cut myself like once every 2 years. Something like that. This is 240. Yes, because I already did a 120 and I did a clean 120. Nope, it's not a virgin blade. Nope. It's been fucked over. So, I do belts up to 120. Then depending on how well the belt grind took, I start out at 120, 180 or 240 with the hand sanding. And this was like a 99% belt finish. And I was so pleased with it. Okay, I can just start at 240 and start cleaning it up because everything's tight, everything is proportionally correct. I don't need to adjust anything. If you want to adjust something, you want to adjust a mistake, go to 120. You want to adjust some slight details and like these lines. Look at these lines. Yeah? They go from here, they go small and they go wider again. If you want to correct that line, I usually take like a 180. Then when I'm like, okay, you know what, everything is where it needs to be, everything is where I want it to be, I'll just start out at 240. And especially the brass needs a lot of cleaning. Starting from 240, I go to 400.
400. Yeah. And after 400, in between every step, I will go to the buffer. Because between the 400 and 600, the grid pattern is not going to be that visible. So I buff it up so it becomes a bit shiny. And then I take my 600 and it'll become dull again. So I can see exactly where I've been. And when you buff it, you will also see the grind marks differently. It's just like a little bit of an extra look into how well have I done it. You're welcome. Still think it's weird. You can do pretty much anything to the system, but you can't do that. Win. Eight. Eight.
Here. Yeah, me. Bla bla. Ja, je ziet een heel goed. I don't get is you don't want to eat fine. Why does the replace look like meat, taste like meat? No, on not one. Yeah, this is poison being added to that food. Okay, well, in the FDA says it says that part of the sub nice. I've brought everything. I find time.
Heel een tijdelijk gebouw. Dat is daar niet geïnvesteerd. Hey. Uiteindelijk gewoon het hele stuk gras hiervoor gewoon gratis. Parkeerplaats. Red hem helaas niet. Tuurlijk. Hij rijdt wel een dikke auto, hè? Dikke Arteon. Je 20 en 280 of zo. Spatie. Ja. Ja. Van de zijkant. Net even 2, 3 meter meer ruimte heeft naast zijn huis. Ja. Oké. All good, bud. All good.
Moo! Hey, buddy. So my brother just came in. We were just talking. He was having a smoke. So sorry to disappoint. How you doing, buddy? I'm here. Making one hell of a knife. Looks like Yoss will be finishing his knife today, which is good. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate ya. How did that golem turn out? Gotten anywhere close to finishing with it? Yeah, you do really take your time. All those little details. Respect, buddy. The amount of time you take for all those details, it's fascinating. You always got to keep focus of the end result. You will not be able to get those details into the level you do. Yeah, massive kudos to that.
Yeah, here, we're just going to straight pick it up. There we go. But
Thanks,
this was made
Wazzle.
by Samuel Sculpture. Shipped from Finland to me.
Samuel Sculpture.
And I asked him, well, he asked me after I showed him so much support if I wanted anything. And I told him I wanted something to be a tribute for military veterans and everything else and whatever.
Cool.
And that was.
So, Mumu, today Wazzle's actually supposed to be here. Starting work on that veteran knife of his. That's be Monday, probably. I might stream a bit tomorrow. It's free tomorrow. I might just take him here and back. Yeah, like I said, supposed to be.
Not here, he's in chat.
Dot, dot, dot. So I'm gonna talk to my brother for a little bit. I'll be back here with Jos, and I've been making leaves this morning. After that, I started on the handle, and I think I might even beat Jos a bit.
You haven't had 120 on the grinder yet? Should probably get some 120 on the grinder. I would use this one because I just like it so much. Do that. And did you take my 240? Yeah. No, it's okay. Keep it. Now I've no use for it anymore. Rubbing it real good. That was 400. Now do a bit of polishing. That off. This one's far from being even. Okay, okay.
But I kind of messed. See it outside.
If you don't want to do it on the grinder, you can always just put some paper down and draw it. That's a more controlled way of doing it, but it also takes a lot longer. Or you can ask someone who might be able to do it to clean it up for you. I see this one's smaller than this one. So whenever you're doing any octagonal straight line handle, all the lines matter. Good. I wouldn't, but you could. What do you think of mine? It's all golden. I love that green. It's like this deep, dark forest green. They now see why I wanted a little less of that handle, so I got some more of the back. If you shifted that like a centimeter forward, then you would not have any until there. They would just have like that piece sticking out, and the rest would be not be wood. And now it's almost perfect. I love it. Cool. Good day. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Find any export rules on that burl? Talking to Chaz. Chaz has the good stuff. Cool. Nice, buddy. So I'd say let's get to an agreement and ship it mid-August. Be ideal. Everything. Anything you keep here, I'm not sure. No one's ever gonna just use it. Obviously, I'll try to prevent that, but no absolute guarantee. That was 600. One. Still good one. What's this piece of brass here? Well, it all depends on where it's made and such. Now, in Pakistan, they will sell you a piece of Damascus for like 35 bucks. Get like 2 knives from that. The thing is, it is crappy steel or heat treat on it. So in the end, you always get what you pay for. Yes, sweet. Yeah, that's what they all say in Pakistan as well. So that person bought some Paki maskers as is referred to in the white community. They'll say it's made from 1095 and 15 and 20. Still depends on where you got it from. If you think it's such a good deal, buy it. Not bad. Got no chamfer in the front, but got a natural chamfer, so that's good. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Me personally, I would by hand get this and this sharp point off. See, that doesn't have a sharp point. That doesn't have that has a sharp point. So I would take that off. Probably leave this one on. Get like a very short one, very short bevel, just to get that edge off, so you don't poke yourself because it's a sharp point. Just a little. More like this one. Yeah, yeah, just a little. Well, thin doesn't have to be bad, Wazzle. As a knife maker, your knives are worth as much as any bloke is willing to spend on it. So if they just won't sell, maybe you drop these prices, you just never know. I'm gonna give you like a good 90% certain later not gonna be up to spec. Yeah, so probably got some cheap steel with some simple handles on it. Maybe even bought the blanks, like the chef knife blanks. Just put some general handles on it. They're handmade because he constructed them himself. People will do crazy shit because there's no real definition of what handmade means. Everyone can basically say something's handmade. Yep. Ew. 16. 316 is a marine grade stainless. That's not even hardenable. Go. Close now. Yeah? That's not the marine type? Or is it the chlorine? Okay. Yeah. Oh. I had no idea. So guys, apparently 316 stainless will rust inside of a swimming pool. Shiny. That's brass. Polishes easily. Yeah, green. You can barely see it because it just blends with the knife so well. That's when you know you've got the right color liner. When it either pops or disappears. That one pops. I like it. And both are good. It's just a different concept of it. Right. It's coating resin finisher. Let's finish. Good. That finish I have. I've always struggled with some finishes, but this finish is just the right amount of gloss. Love it. One more coat. Now. Lovely. I like it. I like it a lot. Acetone.
we finished the knife. I could probably do better. Q.
Here we have a yoss in its natural habitat.
Like David and
Look, it's a wild yoss. We have to be very careful not to disturb him. He can be violent. Oh, yeah. I see some coarse grits. I don't think so. Could be a little, but it's too much to be. Because I can see one of those lines follow the bog oak. And the bog oak has the grain going like this. So I can tell you, you're not coming off that easy. What grit are you using? Yeah, go back to 180. Just for that bit, and then finish that bit with 240 again. I know. Hmm? Yeah. I know, and I really like working with him. He has that sweet spot between work, leisure, ambition, still be a decent businessman. He's not like, I want to make the absolute maximum amount of money. You know, he wants to make a decent living, providing the best service he can. And whatever living he's making, he'll try to reinvest every single dime 3 times if he can. And that's pretty much how I started knife making. I started out in my shed with nothing but an angle grinder, one of those small 1x30 belt grinders, and a couple of files. That's what I started with, and a general purpose wood saw. That's what I had. Now we're 7 years along. Now I have this. So give me another 7 years. I'll probably be in one of the shops that he's gonna build. No, but I already know if I'm somehow gonna come into a lot of money, I would invest in him. I would invest in him. Absolutely. I mean, I'm already invested in him by being here, by helping him. Oh, yeah. And my son, it was like half a year ago. My son asked me, Dad, they were talking about some $40,000 prize on the radio. Son said, Dad, what would you do if you won that 40,000 or 100,000, I believe? The 100K? I said I'd have it invested tomorrow. That where are you going to invest it in? I said my brother. Why? Well, the amount of plans he has, the only thing he's always lacking is money, and I'll be that partner if I can. Absolutely. I'm not as ambitious as him. I don't aspire to have an entire business park. He does. It just hits different. I would be perfectly content having my own piece of land with my own shop and doing that until I'm 90. He doesn't want to be dependent on that. So that's pretty much the most different views we have. Going to be that. Oh. Is it bad that I kind of like it this dark? Maybe just don't buff it up at all. Leave it dark. Because that nickel that really pops. No, because if you sharpen it, it's just going to be that 1 millimeter at the end. If somehow it got damaged, like some stupid twat gets one of those sanding blocks to clean your knife, yeah, with the Scotch Brite on it, that will fuck up the pattern real quick. Yes, I will just tape the handle. I'll put it back in the acid. Yeah, it will patina, but any knife I make will patina over time. But patina actually prevents it from rusting. Did you know that? Patina is not the same as rust. The patina is a protective layer that's actually slightly rust preventing. Pew pew. On the weekends. As soon as you're done, leaving, gotta move on. I think you got a bit more than what you came in here for. Ik voor tegenwoordig. Ja, ik stuur gewoon een open tikkie en je zoekt het maar lekker uit. Ja. Wat ik zeg, je bent hier op uitnodiging, interesseert me geen ruk. Zelf maar kijken. One way or another, I'll survive. Here. This one isn't glued in. Try to take it off. That is not glued in. There we go. Ah.
Now I'll score it a little bit. I'll get some little drip of epoxy going. And I think it's not going anywhere, because it's not going anywhere even without it. But you like the combination I presented to you with the black and red in there? Yours? You like that combination between the black and the red? And sorry, the Honda and Rosewood just wasn't big enough to go for that handle. It would have been a skinny one. Oh, your Rosewood. We could have, we would have. Go. Love it. Okay, let's get some epoxy going. Here we go. That's all we need. Just a wee little drop. Shredder? You made a shredder? Awesome. Posted it on Discord? What, your projects or? Good. Get a sliver of it. That tang. Should be tea. Comes up. Oh yeah. Gonna clamp it for a bit. It needs just a little pressure to stay in place, or the epoxy is gonna push it back out again. Nice. Take a look at that. Oh, we're already done. Nice. I like it. What grit are you at? That's 240 all around? Okay. Want to change those angles at all or not? Okay.
So,
No,
I
um,
mean,
that's why I said, do you want to change it or not? Yep. It looks like such a simple form. That's why I said that the more simple the form, the more every single line starts to matter. Yep. Yep. I like it now. Diagonal, yeah? Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, you needed to go there. Yeah. At least go 400. At least. You might want to consider going 600. Consider. 400 is an absolute must. That's some 600. Because the difference between a 240 finished wooden handle and a 400, that's night and day. 400 and 600 is like another 10% increase. And between 600 and 800, I've never really seen much of a difference. And the harder the wood is, the less of an increment you will get past 600. Increment in beauty. Less of an increment. So the harder the wood is, the more it will shine at a lower grit. The less of a return on investment you will get. No. Absolutely.
met een mesje. Want anders wordt het hem niet. Maar...
Love it. This just never gets old. Yes, a petty chef. It's a chef's knife because it is higher, and it's a petty because it's small. Petty chef. It's actually, you rarely see one. It makes up about 1/3 of the chef's knife I make. Oh, I make them quite regularly. Even if you look here, there's like 2 or 3 petty chefs just ready to go. The knife that Misha picked up yesterday with his buddy, that was a petty chef, Damascus as well. Yes, that's the red mallee, and the red mallee has some lighter sapwood and some darker red general wood. It's a red mallee burl. So since this is the end of it, the live edge, see that lighter sapwood and then the red mallee. That's why I call it red mallee. And that's why I wanted that redness there in there to be returned. And I could only do that if I maximized block I had, and I knew that. It's one of the fears of me using it before. Can I pull this off? Without, I mean, if this angle would have been sharper, you would have cut that redness off. That's why I chose for a recurve in this line, because that would keep more of that redness. So everything has some type of meaning. Oh, oh, not by a long shot. The center of the tree is like here. Center of the tree is like here. No, I mean, like it's like this much of a burrow, and then the center of it is like there, and it's a burrow, so you never really know what orientation it has. No, it's like a cancer to the tree. So, how's your 400 adventure going? Done? Can you feel the difference between the 240 and the 400? You want to go 6? You want to go 600 or not? It's a choice. You don't have to. Finishing, and I'd go 6. Yeah, every time. Pretty much every wooden handle I do 600, and pretty much every epoxy I do 800. Epoxy, that does matter. Yes. Yes. 180, 240, 400, 600, 800. And on epoxy, any epoxy type, I always do a little buff in between. You can do that now as well. And look, we can just buff it a little. It's going to make it shiny. It's not necessarily going to make it better. You will see. Yes, you can see what. Yes. And also the red stuff will get dark if you buff it wrong. So it'll pop less. So you really need to get a good 600 rub on that to get that sparkle back in. So I've just been told that a burl usually is from a fungal infection on a tree. I only know them as like these cancers. And I know there are certain types of wood that are much more vulnerable to them than others. Mallee being one of the most susceptible woods to burling. Pretty much known to man. So in Australia, the mallee tree is usually seen as more of a nuisance than anything else because the wood is so unusable for carpentry. That only recently it got some recognition as a good usable wood. There we go. Let's mark this positive, negative. So starting to wear out the original markings. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Positive, negative, positive, negative. More. Positive, negative. Once more for good measure. Go. Let's start grinding on Nakiri because it'll take some time before Yoss is ready. Here we go. Full send. Yeah, I know. I know because it's pretty much useless for carpentry. It is an amazing wood. Got this nice brown sapwood and red main wood. I think red mallee is far, far more interesting than brown mallee. Brown mallee is like, yes, okay. Red mallee is the absolute bomb. Natuurlijk. Veel gebruik als je nodig hebt. Yep, absolutely. And it works for rustic end tables. It just looks beautiful. Anything bigger than that, pretty much useless. Did you have only red mallee or did you have some brown mallee as well? Good stuff, buddy. Good stuff. At least you are cleaning it. Plenty of people wouldn't do that. If we can watch Twitch while cleaning his TIG welder. Good stuff, buddy. Good stuff. My laptop wouldn't be worth mentioning. Some cheap thing we got years ago. Look. One single bevel. Yeah? There's a previous bevel. You can still see a bit up here. But I'm making one bevel. And one bevel only. It's flat. Just one single bevel. How far along are you? Okay.
Not going to be cleaning. You'll see. Put some on there. Yeah. On tightly. Keep on rubbing it. All the way around. Quite a difference, isn't it? For this next one, I would probably stick it on the knife a little, so you don't have to hold it. Little, I didn't say all the way. You don't want that on the knife. Then you can just rub it on like that. Or on the back here, because that'll suck up a lot. You just smooth and steady. You don't want it to dry out too quick on you. See some marks you didn't quite get there. That's not a 400 finish. See that? That's like a 182.40. Didn't quite get everything there. We'll wait for this to dry out, and then we'll do the head end of that once more. I know, I know. And that's why if you just put the black in there, you would hardly notice it. Now with that red, it's got some red modern pinstriping on it, which I really like.
I like the fact that
Absolutely, absolutely. But that's some modern pinstriping, and then you just accentuate the blackness of the wood. And I love the way how thin it is. Yeah, it's almost sharp here. Then it's like 0.2 millimeters here, 0.15 here, 0.1 at the tip. It's going to be a good slicer. We can pull that off now. Just get the tip above here. The end grain always likes to suck up a little more. There you go.
Don't want to leave too much on. That's why you saw me just swiping it like I was brushing it. I was brushing it on and then removing the excess with the rest of my cloth at the same time. So it takes a bit of skill to know what you're doing with it. Yeah? Yeah? What? More, because this is 30. It's going to be about 35, 36 centimeters. Fine. Well within my parameters. Usually, mine are about 36. That's why all the knife cases I had made, I had those made to 40. I know, but you want like at least 1 centimeter in front, 1 centimeter. I never go beyond 38 really. And if I do, it's going to be a completely different project, like the barbecue sword, or it'll just hit different, or the cleaver, which is like 84 millimeters high, and my knife boxes are 80 millimeters high wide. So that my knife boxes are 400 mil by 80 mil by 40 mil. 40 by 8 by 4 centimeters. Are you happy with the finish on your knife? If you want any changes to your finish, now's the time. No, you're not happy, or no, I'm not going to change it. Absolutely. And it's not even a bad first attempt, if I might add it. No, that was positive. I can get a fine pattern. Yeah, if you twist it more, you'll get a fine pattern as well. I know. You also have an increased risk of shearing it off. So like they say, with great reward there comes great risk. And it's true in business. It's true in life. It's everything. No, no, I'm saying this is how it should be. That's how it should be. That's too loose. That's where something got too cold, or he had a discrepancy in the width of the block. So if this was a thicker spot, it will be harder to turn that. So you would actively have to cool this and this in order to turn that. It's hard to cool this and this because that one's in between. So this was probably a thicker spot where it just didn't want to turn. And then as this was starting to turn and was thin, it started turning easier and easier until I said, "Oh, you better stop at this point." I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at heat. I'm looking at how tight the pattern is. I even took the air gun where I could spray a little where I thought it was too thin, or it started to twist a lot. Yeah, you can do a lot. You happy with it? You happy and you know it? Okay. Let me just destroy it real quick. I only came about this stuff because that's the same stuff that the resin is made of. So basically, that one is made to finish stabilized materials. That's how I came about it. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll buy that. I'll see what it does, because I used to use a lot of Danish oil. But Danish oil needs to dry out 12 hours between layers, needs about 4 or 5 layers. This needs to dry out for like 30 seconds. There's some volatile substances in it. Uh, yep, yep. Dye, resin, all that. Now this was just stabilized natural, and that was just yeah. What? Yeah, it's a new one, but the brass ring that was weighing it down that just fell in, so the stuff floated to the surface. So I put another piece of wood on top of that to just put it down. This will suck up a tiny bit of the resin, but this hasn't been under a vacuum, so it's not going to suck up that much. And the wood underneath has been under a full vacuum. You can kind of see that crack starting to suck up some of that epoxy. It's fine. Yeah, well, everyone says you're not allowed to use glass jars, so I don't know whether I'm doing right or wrong by it. Okay, well, let's go. Yep. I'm gonna need slightly more epoxy than on my blade. You'll have to do it too. Now, you know where they make this stuff? This? Where they make it? No, where they make it, not what they make it of. Where this stuff is made. Biddinghuizen. If I need some, I quite literally go on a bicycle. I go up there and say I need some more. No, you can't even smell that. Funny thing is, I have some friends of mine who are voluntary firefighters. They'll say that before someone retires, that would be their dream fire. Because in this little epoxy factory, if that thing goes, it's going to be pretty much impossible to put out. So the guys they keep on joking that if someone retires and just before their retirement, that one starts to burn, it was not an accident. Okay. Seen that one, I believe. Click the link anyways. So what's the thing with contact, lift contact or not? Can you somewhat elaborate on that? Don't do it in the middle. Do it to one side and leave some air for it to flow down. And you don't want it to fill too much. Because once you think this is going to be about right, just fit it. And if there's no epoxy squeezing out, pull the blade back out, put some more epoxy in, till you get that squeeze, and then you know it's fully filled. If you've got too much, you'll need to clean up that much more. So we know we have, yeah, well, we took some of that tang off. So I think one more drop after this one should be about right. Then you just put a tiny bit of epoxy on the tang. You just smear it a little. So you know you got some attachment to the handle to begin with. Just put it in. Little. Just smear it. Yeah, like that. You know, you'll have a little bit of a contact layer. Plenty. It's almost too much. Just wipe it down a little. Everything that's going to be too much will just immediately... No, it won't even go in. See that? That's good. Push it. Okay, clean up a little. You have some, just wipe it. Wipe. Switch it. Wipe. Toss it away. Just toss it onto the pile here. Go ahead, new one. Then clamp it. Then you can clean it up steadily. Clamp it. You'll have plenty of time to clean up, clamp it. Yeah, what I do if I need some more pressure, which I do now, I push down on it. Now you can twist it some more, push down on it, twist it some more, and that's about right. So now you can clean it. So now you take some more of these, put some white spirit on there, just dip it both sides, dip it in, switch it, dip it. So now you just put it up like this, start cleaning it nicely. Sides first, always do the sides first. You don't go back and forth because you just smear it. You wipe. So basically you just take it, you push that button, swipe. You'll take it, you'll push that button, swipe. See that? How nice that is? And you don't want to clean up the back too much because you want a little of that epoxy sticking out. So you want to clean up the front, lift it. Got these tiny little bits, you can use the back end of it as well, if you like. Yeah, push it in. You can just work your way around it. You can just take it, look at it. Wow, that's quite a lot. Means they've gone up in value instead of down. Got some rainfall in here. Yeah, happy with it? Good. Oh, don't thank me, just leave me a good review. Why? Because I'm making nice at the same time. Yeah, well, the thing is, you now got like 20 new skills you didn't have before, and each and every one of those skills you can improve on a little through time. I've made about 100 knives, could be like 110, 120 by now. First 30 were like completely different from what I'm making now. Like not even close. Edge geometry is different. Before I could grind a knife that thin, I think it was about my 13th or 14th knife before I could grind that thin. Before I had the balls to even grind that thin. I didn't have the balls to go thinner. And I gave one of my first kitchen knives to someone else. I said, "Can you test it for me?" And he was testing it. He said, "I don't like it." I said, "What don't you like?" He said, "There's too much resistance." He said, "The knife's too fat." And I ground it again, and I gave it back to him. I said, "How about now?" He gave it back to me. He said, "Still too fat." And I ground it again. Gave it back to him. He said, "It's better. It's still fat." And I ground it again. And I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna ruin this knife," but I don't care. I want it to be good. Ground it again. Etched it, cleaned it up, gave it to him. He said, "Now to cutter." I had to regrind the thing 3 times. Regrind. Yes. Yes. That's why you see me 1, 2, 3, whoop, go in. Yeah. Yeah. I never grind post heat treat with gloves. Won't do it. I'd rather burn my fingers, which happen quite regularly, I might add, than ruin a knife. So it'll take like 2 seconds to ruin a knife. It takes hours to make one. Screw up. Yeah. Yeah, I have. And on most chef's knives, it would actually be towards the tip. So I would reprofile it. I would remove a couple of millimeters from the edge, and I would try again. Why? Because it's only like 2-3 millimeters that's fucked up. So you grind that away. A little more. Yeah. I know, but if you don't do it early, you don't know how thick your edge is going to be. If you reprofile it, you've got a new thickness to grind to. And I always want to know what I'm grinding to because I want it to be thin enough where it's a usable cutter. Yeah? Describe it. Yeah, but that usually only works when you're doing stock removal. If you have a flat piece on a flat surface and you have a scribe that you can go one way, flip it, and the other way, and grind between that. That only works if you have flat stock. As soon as you start hitting it with a hammer, it's not going to be flat. So what I do is when I do my 45s, yeah, I do that about 60% of the way. Then I check, is it straight? Then I'll see, okay, it needs a little bit more there and a little bit more there. And I'll adjust my 45s to sort of come up to like 1 millimeter mark. And then I'll grind everything to those 45 lines and I'll have 1 millimeter left. And then I'll start looking, okay, so it needs a little bit more in the middle on this side, a little more on the front and back on this side. And I'll square that up by eye. That's much more accurate than trying to force a forged knife to lay somewhat flat and shim it and try to scribe it. It's a freaking nightmare. Stock removal, that works flawlessly. Yeah. So unless you got like a surface grinder, where you can take your forged piece, put it through the surface grinder, make it perfectly flat, it's not going to work for you. And that's why I don't do it. I do everything by eye, by hand, by feel. And I find it to be faster. I find it to be more fun. Nice! Look, I got rosewood dust. Look at it. It's just hanging from itself like moss. And I just scooped it up from the water and my hand is barely wet. It just buckled. Now look, it just buckles. I can just scoop it like that. It's hydrophobic as fuck. And just flip. You know, I've got just this. That's wet. That's not even wet. I'm not sure. Probably some resin. Poof. It's quite all right. Come on. Ja, ik sluit af. Later. Fijne vakantie, kerel. Hou hem stijf. Nope. Going to France soon. Duur het even. Uh-huh. I know. Whoa! That's a good one, and I even hit my target. Because I was aiming for the 17. That was pretty insane. Throwing a dart, losing your flight, and still hitting the mark. So that you write all the cheat codes down? Think you can do it yourself now? Well, you can peel back some of this stuff. Oh yeah. It's quite essential. Yep. Yeah, I can imagine. It's a good upgrade. Okay, it's about time to throw out your knife. That epoxy. That's hard. Fully cured, it won't be for another 24 hours, but hard. They'll use it as a throwing knife, stuff like that. Oh, you forgot to clean that off. Apologize to me. Your knife, you fucked up there as well. Look how perfect Foxy wraps around. The error of yours. It's invisible. Like I said, we can cheat. We'll cheat a little and it'll look like it was always supposed to be that way. Yep. It's a bit of a shame. It doesn't have a stop. It wants to roll on that edge. See that? Should have made it.
Sharper.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
because this one,
Uh,
it'll stop here. It'll have a stop. And this one will still pivot, won't roll. If you take this one, it'll just keep rolling. Just feel the difference between the two? One will pivot and will tell you where the end is. Yeah, and yours? Yours will keep rolling. It's not a tremendous flaw. It's a little tactile feedback from where for your cutting. Yeah, well, not now. No, no, because then you'll lose the Damascus pattern. Yeah, well, I think okay, I'm gonna redo my edge. Then you can do it. You'll have to completely redo your edge if you thought down that road. It's the heel.
sharp.
Yeah, look, mine is nice and rounded. If you feel that, it's not got any sharp edges to it. No, I didn't tell you.
Purpose.
Absolutely.
Absolute
I wanted you to
fast.
fail.
Ah,
Couldn't have you make a better knife than mine. You have to fail at some point. I would be jealous. If I was afraid of competition, I wouldn't give knife making classes, especially not to people who make knives. Because the last knife making class I did was for someone who already makes knives. I don't care. You start selling knives. I know I've got quite a unique look at things. I know I have a unique segment. I know I have my own style. Fucking love my style. Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want to have one of these? I mean, come on, guys. I'll show you on knife cam. Good teacher, bad jokes. Thank you. So look at it, guys. Nice forest green. Color saturation isn't the greatest. That's a nice deep forest green. Metallic. Rat Mallee burl. That blade just really takes the cake. Let's see. There we go. Dark Damascus. Dark core steel. Forged. With the forged liners. Just that nickel just pops like lightning. It's absolutely incredible. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I like the style that I've developed for my knives. Even if others would beg to differ, I frankly don't care. I mean, yes, it would hurt my business if no one liked my style. But apparently they do, because I do sell knives and people think they look amazing. You want to sharpen it? Should I? It's quite easy, but because you're thinner here, thickest here, what I like to do is usually start like a 240, but you're quite thin. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna go with 240. So you and your writing. Okay, you know what? I'll let you test on this knife first. Be good. The first thing we need to do state that we have in fact a dull knife. That sharp? I just ran I just ran it like this. So you can now see that's dull. Yeah? What we're gonna do, first and foremost, we're gonna sharpen downwards. As soon as we apex, and if it'll hit the corner, it'll shred the belt. So we will sharpen downwards. Now you want to think about what angle do you want. Now look, you're gonna have to think about that. Yeah, this is obviously 0. Yeah, usually you want a kitchen knife to be sharpened at around 20-degree angle. Yeah, 20 to 30. So if you half that 30, you're about 15 degrees in. Yeah, so you have to think. Okay, so like this is a 45. You don't want to do that. If we half the 45, that's like a 22. That's too much. You want to go even a bit less than that. So you see, I've got like 7 millimeters between the top of the knife and the rest.
Yeah.
Maybe like 8. That's about where you want to be. Yeah, what we're gonna do, I'll show you a little. Just go, you hold it, and you just slide it through your hand. And you lock your wrist in, and you'll guide that where you need it to be. See what happens? You get a nice bevel. Yeah, about 15 degrees. Same thing on the other side. You can go a little higher if you have a nice and thin knife. See, that's a nice bevel. It's actually a little higher than what it needs to be. But I can go. It's like 1 centimeter away.
Yeah.
You can either go like this, or you can go like this, whichever one you like better. I usually like to just hold it, go like that. Because I'm used to locking my elbow and my body, I can just go like this. So you just keep on going until you apex. And you'll know you've apexed because if you go back and forth a little, start to see a burr and you can feel it. So let's see. Yeah, still haven't apexed it. Oh, there I've apexed. Just at the tip. Now, I mean, that hasn't apexed, that hasn't apexed. I have a little bit of apex here, a little bit there. Yeah? You have to keep moving with consistent speed or you'll burn the blade. That's about the angle you want. Little more angle. Yeah, that's about right. Hold it just a little further down, like 2/3 of the way, if you want to move all, or you want to slide it. About a centimeter is good. See that? So I like to move with the knife, and I just like to move. I like to move it, move it. You want to move with the knife, move your support down like 2/3 of the way. Maybe a little, but this is a very poorly designed knife because it's all the way straight and then there's a hollow grind to the end. That's why I used it as a test knife. because it's absolutely fucking worthless to me.
Bones.
No, not even that. Because it has a hollow grind. It's absolutely unfit to cut bones. Yeah, if you want to cut bones, you want the opposite. You want that apple seed, a convex.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead. Try if you can get an consistent angle on that. 1 centimeter. Yeah. Just about. You could go a little higher. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah. No, yeah, that's a little much. That's good. You can try that. You have to check every couple of times whether you are on the actual bevel that you want to be on and whether you've apexed. So you're getting close to the apex. You see that? Yeah, so you are making a micro bevel. The apex is where they meet. So you go down, 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 and you've apexed. Yeah? Then the burr. Yeah. No! No, you never go like this. You never go blade up for sharpening. Yeah. You leave the burr. You're not trying to get the burr off. You only get the burr off on this one. The burr will tell you you are beyond the apex. Not on the apex, but beyond it. 240. Next up, we'll go between 800 and 1,000. And then we'll polish. And yes, you could go higher. Do you need to, really? Okay, check if you got a apex. Just visually check. Are you on an apex? Do you see some parts that are thicker than others? That's where you check the apex. Can you tell? Yeah? See? Yeah, the tip hasn't apexed. Look, that last 8mm doesn't have an apex on it. See it? See that glistening on the cutting edge? You look straight at it. You can see some glistening on that last 7-8mm. You can see light reflecting back to it. If it's a pyramid shape, it's not going to reflect light to you. It's going to reflect light away from you. So that's not apex. So what you do is you take it and you just take the edge. And now you can see that apex. And if you look closely, you can see I'm very close to your bevel just by winging it. Yeah, 800 or 1,000. And sometimes I will infuse that with some black polishing compound. What? No. Absolutely not. Yeah. So let's go. Come on, clean it up. Wrong knife. Clean up those bevels. Now you got those rough 240 grit lines in there. So it's basically a serrated knife. We don't want that. It's 800 grit. Bit more speed. Bit less angle. Yeah. Good. Other side. Bit more angle. Lock that in. Don't you love having a practice knife now? Okay. How do you think you did? You're absolutely fucked up. But that's okay. That's why it's a practice knife. So you think you've apexed, right? Okay, so now we're on to the most dangerous machine in the shop. If you allow this to catch, you could amputate some body limbs. Yeah? What we're gonna do, gonna hit it, spin very hard, and you'll just roughly try to find that angle. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exact. That's nearly impossible. Just want to polish it and you want to get that burr, that very slight burr, you want that to go off. So you go twice, back and forth. Yeah? White. It's white polishing compound. It's only blackened because of um the iron on there. So yeah, you go 2 to 3 times on each side. Then, and this is very important, I remove some of that compound because it might compromise your cutting test. Because if the compound is on here, on the edge, you can't cut the paper with it and you'll think it's dull. Then we remove the compound and we do that on this one. This is the most dangerous one. So you want to slowly and gently come in at a 45-degree angle, slightly downward. Yeah? Knife pointing away from you, you can go like this. You can go like this. You have to come up a little because if it grabs, it's gonna push it down. So if it's here, yeah, and it'll grab it, it'll completely twist it out of your hand, slap it, and it'll come back to you. Now, if it's going down, as soon as you get here, it's gonna want to grab it. So you grab it quite firmly, and you move gently. You don't push it in, you don't jerk it. Gently, at an angle, push it through. Yeah, so I'll show you what that looks like. See, I'm easing it in. See, and as soon as I get there, it'll want to do that. See? But if I do it like this, see what happens? See? Difference? That's what the 45 does. So remember to keep that at an angle. Go ahead. Yeah, like 3 passes, front to back, back to front, whatever you like. Try to get a nice angle on it. Pick up a bit more speed. Yes, the thing is moving ass. Good. Other side. Give it a good 3 passes. Bit more angle. That doesn't count as a pass. More. Yeah. You're going down. That decreases the angle. That doesn't count as a pass. That's good. That's 1. More angle. 2. Again. 3. Okay. Cool. See what you did? You polished the sides. You didn't polish the edge. That's why I said. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Yeah. If you go up, you increase the angle. If you go down, you decrease the angle. So, clean it. You need to have a healthy respect for it. Yeah, that'll be fine. Go in. Feel that little jump at the end? It always catches it. Okay, other side. Keep that angle. Just go through. See, it's quite gentle if you know how to approach it. No. As soon as it grabs, it's like, poof, it's gone. How do you think you did? You want these? Do you want to keep these or not? Okay. See how you did. That for a shitty knife, eh? Like I said, this never gets old. Never gets old. Soothing, it's ASMR. Now the big question, do you want to sharpen your own knife or should I do that the first time? I don't know, I think you're capable. So if you want to, you should do it yourself. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? Oh yeah, you can fuck up everything. Oh yeah. Yeah, because if you do that, if you do this, that'll eat away at your finish, your Damascus finish. No, that was the cleaning. So look, there's nothing on the edge. You see how fine that edge is?
Yeah.
How clean? You don't see any of those 240 marks anymore. That's what it's for. The rest of the knife is completely irrelevant. Yeah, this doesn't matter. The cutting edge that matters, and you got that pretty much a razor sharp. So you want to do your own knife, go right ahead. If you don't want it to, I will do it for you. That is your call. Yeah, all you can do is fuck up all your work. Hmm? Need the 240, that's here. And that has a preference to which way it wants to run. It has an arrow on it. That, would you make one more? I would probably make different parts. Then again, I want one machine that does it all. So I would only need one cart. It kind of defeats the purpose of the question in the first place. Yeah, so pretty much same as me. Twist it, you move the alignment. Sometimes just make one cart and adapt it to each machine. Again, that's why I would like one machine that does all three. And I wouldn't make an electrode car to begin with. Only make a MIG car and a SIG car. You are going to be making several cars. Sorry. I said I wouldn't have a electrode weld car to begin with, as it's just a simple machine. I would want my MIG and TIG to be on the same cart. Probably. So I want that to be one machine with quite potentially 2 sets of bottles. If the question is 1 or 3, I would make 3. Do you still get it? Is it sharp? You did the paper test? 240? Okay. They did good. Yeah, go on. Next belt. Yeah, absolutely. Most modern day welders are quite small. Doing a bit of stretching. He's doing a bit of polishing. Let's see how sharp his knife got. Take a piece of paper and test it. Get a piece of paper and test it. Gently. You want to go all the way from the back to all the way to the front. And you want to hold it barely, and you want to feel and listen to any resistance. You can see there was a little resistance at one point. Right about there. There. That has a tiny little spot to it. If you go gently, you will feel it pull at one point. It's going to be the same point every time. Gently. Barely hold the knife, barely hold the paper. So it's right about here. It's like 99.5% perfect. Well, I could feel it. You can't feel any change in resistance? Mom, yours is making a mess again. Hey, you want to see what kind of pattern is in here? You have to take it to the acid bath. I'll clean it up a little first. Yes. Take my porcupine. Here. Take it to the acid bath and dunk it in. Yeah, about 10 seconds. That pattern should pop like crazy. Got space! Still waiting to trip on that hammerhead. Yeah, you had one job. Oh, what pattern is it? Yeah? Raindrop. Yeah.
See it on the ground and
Yeah.
flatten it in.
Yeah. This one's elongated a bit. It's more of an oval. Nope. Now I keep on grinding it. This is not nearly done. But you needed to change the car. Okay. And maybe we can just wrap it up. No, just put it underneath again, where it was. Yeah. So we'll just round up for today. We'll pick up some day later when we left. So let's see. Do we have anyone we can read? We've got Happy Chef. Let's give Happy Chef a
Nice welcome. That's Jos's knife. Got any comments on it? Now would be the time. You think I failed him as a teacher? That's fine. We don't care. Oh, Happy Chef won't let me raid him again. Okay. So back to DC then. So we'll go to DC. Everyone, bye bye. Say bye to Jos. He won't be here for a long time. I'm kicking him out. I think he's pretty excited about this knife. Bye, buddy. So hi to DC for me.